Tonight, some stories begin with something small, almost meaningless, a song that only a child can truly understand, a memory from another time that refuses to fade, a piece of luck hidden somewhere in the world, waiting just for you, a light that seems weak, yet shines where it matters most. Some are chosen, some are forgotten, some are waiting their whole lives, but sometimes the smallest thing changes everything. So just listen and let these quiet, gentle, and mysterious stories carry you into sleep. The gate key. Every key has a history, and there are many kinds of keys. A Chamberlain's key, a watch key, St. Peter's key. We could tell you about all the keys, but now we will only tell about the counselor's gate key. It had come into being at a locksmith's, but it might well have believed it had been made by a blacksmith, the way the man had worked on it with hammer and file. It was too large for one's trouser pocket, so it had to be put into the overcoat pocket. There, it often lay in utter darkness, yet it had its own special hanging place on the wall beside a childhood silhouette of the counselor, in which he looked like a dumpling dressed in a frilled shirt. It is said that every human being acquires in his character and conduct something from the astrological sign under which he has been born, such as the bull the virgin, or scorpion, as they are called in the almanacs. The counselor's wife never mentioned the names of any of these. She said that her husband was born under the sign of the wheelbarrow, for he always had to be pushed on. His father had pushed him into an office. His mother had pushed him into matrimony. And his wife had pushed him on to become a counselor. The latter fact, however, she did not mention being a good, sensible sort of woman who kept quiet in the right place and spoke and pushed in the right place. He was how along in years, well-proportioned, as he said himself, a well-read man, good-natured, and key-wise as well, which is something we shall better understand later. He was always in a good humor, loved all mankind, and liked to talk to everybody. If he went into the city, it was difficult to get him home again when his wife was not with him to push him along. He simply had to talk to every acquaintance he met. He had a lot of acquaintances, and this often made him late for dinner. Mrs. Counselor would sit at the window and watch for him. "Here he comes," she would say to the maid. "Put the pot on the fire. Now he has stopped to speak to somebody. So take the pot off, or the food will be cooked too much. Now he is finally coming, so put the pot on again. But then he wouldn't come after all. He would stand right under the windows of the house and nod up to her, and if an acquaintance happened to come by, then he could not keep from saying a few words to him. If while he was talking to this one, another one came by, he would take hold of the first by the buttonhole clasp the other's hand and shout to a third who wanted to pass by. This was a heavy trial for the patience of the counselor's wife. "Counselor, counselor," she would shout. "Yes, indeed, that man was born under the sign of the wheelbarrow. He won't move unless he is being pushed." He was very fond of visiting bookshops and looking at books and periodicals. He would give his bookseller a small amount of money for the privilege of reading the new books at home, which meant he had permission to cut the leaves of the books along the side, but not across the top, for then they could not be sold as new. He was a living newspaper, but a harmless one, and knew everything about engagements, weddings, and funerals, book talk, and town talk. Yes, and he even gave out mysterious hints regarding matters no one else knew anything about. This mysterious information came from the gate key. The counselor and his wife had lived in their own house since young and newly married, and they'd had that very same gate key since then. But in those days, they hadn't yet come to know of its unusual powers, and not until much later had they learned of these. It was at the time of King Frederick VI. Copenhagen had no gas then. It had only train oil lamps. It had no Tivoli gardens, no casino theater, no streetcars, and no railways. It had very few public amusements compared with what it now has. On Sundays, one would go for a walk out beyond the city gates to the assistant's churchyard, read the inscriptions on the graves, sit down in the grass, eat from one's food basket, and drink a glass of schnapps. Or one would go to Fredericksburg, where in front of the palace military music was played, and many people would go to see the royal family rowing about in the small, narrow canals of the park, with old King himself steering the boat, and he and the Queen greeting everyone without distinction of rank. Well-to-do families from the city would come to this place and drink their afternoon tea. They could get hot water at a small farmhouse in the field outside the park, but they had to bring their own tea service along. One sunny Sunday afternoon, the counselor and his wife went out to the park, the servant girl walking in front with the tea service, a basket of food, and a sip of Spendrup's liqueur. Bring the gate key, Mrs. Counselor had said, so we can get in by ourselves when we return. You know they lock the gate here at nightfall, and the bell cord was broken this morning. It will be late before we get home. After we've been in Fredericksburg Park, we are going to the Casortes Theater at Vesterbro to see the pantomime Harlequin Chief of the Thrashers. You see them come down in a cloud. It costs 2 kroner a person, and so they went to Fredericksburg, heard the music, saw the royal barges with their waving banners, saw the old king and the white swans. After drinking some very good tea, they hurried away. Yet they did not arrive at the theater on time. The rope dance act was finished. The dance on stilts was finished, and the pantomime had started. As always, they were too late, and that was the counselor's fault. Every moment on the road, he had stopped to speak to an acquaintance. Within the theater, he also found several good friends, and when the performance was over, he and his wife were obliged to accompany a family home at Vesterbro to enjoy a glass of punch. They would stop for only 10 minutes, but this was extended to a whole hour. They talked and talked. Especially entertaining was a Swedish baron, or perhaps he was German, for the counselor hadn't quite caught which. But on the other hand, the trick with the key that the baron taught him, he caught and always remembered. This trick was extraordinarily interesting. He could get the key to answer everything that one asked. It even questions pertaining to the most secret matters. The counselor's gate key was particularly suitable for performing this trick. Its bit was heavy, and this part had to hang downward. The baron let the handle of the key rest on the forefinger of his right hand. There, it hung loosely and lightly, and every pulse beat in his finger could put it into motion and make it swing. And if this failed to happen, the baron understood how unnoticeably to make it turn as he wished. Every turn denoted a letter of the alphabet, and as many letters as desired, from A on through the alphabet, could be indicated by the key. When the first letter of a word was revealed, the key would turn to the opposite side. Then the next letter would be sought, and in that manner, one got whole words, sentences, and answers to questions. It was all a fake, but at any rate provided amusement. This was the counselor's first thought, but he did not retain it. He became very engrossed in the key. "Husband, husband," cried Mrs. Counselor, "the west gate closes at 12 o'clock. We won't get through. We have only a quarter of an hour in which to hurry there." They had to hurry indeed. Several persons who were going into the city soon got ahead of them. They finally approached the outside guardhouse as the clock was striking 12 and the gates were being slammed shut. A number of people were locked out, and among these were the counselor and his wife with their servant girl tea service and empty food basket. Some stood there greatly frightened, while others were very annoyed, each reacting in his own manner. What could be done? Fortunately, an ordinance had been passed of late that one of the city gates, the North Gate, should not be locked at night, and there pedestrians were allowed to slip through the guardhouse into the city. The road to the North Gate was by no means short, but the weather was fine, the sky bright with starlight and shooting stars. The frogs were croaking in the ditches and ponds. The party began singing and sang one song after another, but the counselor did not sing, nor did he look up at the stars or even look at his own feet. He then fell down at the edge of the ditch, the full length of his body alongside it. One might have thought that he had had too much to drink, but it was not the punch. It was the key that had gone to his head and kept on turning there. They finally reached the North Gate guardhouse, slipped across the bridge, and into the city. "Now I am happy again," said the counselor's wife. "Here's our gate." "But where is the gate key?" said the counselor. It was neither in the back pocket nor in the side pocket. "Good gracious," cried the counselor's wife. "Haven't you got the key? You must have lost it after letting the Baron use it for the key trick. How will we get in now? You know, the bell cord was broken this morning, and the watchman doesn't have a key to our home. We are in a hopeless situation." The servant girl began to cry. The counselor was the only one who showed presence of mind. "We must break in a window pane at the grocer's downstairs," he said. "Get him up, and then we can get into the building." He broke one pane. He broke two. "Peterson," he shouted, as put the handle of his umbrella in through the window panes, whereupon the grocer's daughter began to scream loudly. The grocer threw open the door of his shop and shouted, "Watchman!" And before he had a chance to see and recognize the counselor's family and let them in, the watchman blew his whistle, and in the next street another watchman answered and whistled. People appeared in the windows. "Where is the fire? Where is the cause of all the excitement?" they asked, and were still asking such questions even after the counselor was in his room. There he removed his overcoat, and in it lay the gate key, not in the pocket, but inside the lining. It had slipped through a hole that should not have been in the pocket. From that night on, the gate key held a unique and great importance, not only when it was taken out in the evening, but also when remaining at home, for, in either case, the counselor would show how clever he was by making the key answer questions. He would think of the most likely answer, and then pretend to let the key give it. Finally, he himself came to believe in the power of the key. That was not so of the pharmacist. However, a young man closely related to the counselor's wife. The pharmacist had a good head, a critical mind. He had, as mere schoolboy, sent in critical articles on books and the theater, but without his signature, which is always important. He was what one calls a bel esprit, but he by no means believed in spirits, and least of all, key spirits. Yet, I believe, he said. Blessed Mr. Counselor, I believe in gate keys and all key spirits as firmly as I believe in that new science which is beginning to become known, the table dance and the spirits in old and new furniture. Have you heard about that? I have doubted. You know, I am a skeptic, but I have been converted by reading in a quite reliable foreign paper a dreadful story. Counselor, can you imagine? I will give you the story as I read it. Two clever children had seen their parents raise the spirits in a large dining room table. The little ones were alone and decided they would try in the same manner to rub life into an old chest of drawers. Life came, for a spirit was awakened, but it did not tolerate the commands of mere children. It arose, and the chest of drawers creaked. It then shot out the drawers, and with its wooden legs put each of the children in a separate drawer. The chest of drawers then ran off with them out the open door, down the stairs into the street, and over to the canal, where it jumped out into the water and drowned both the children. Their little bodies were given Christian burial, but the chest of drawers was taken to the town hall, tried for murder, and burned alive in the marketplace. I have read this, said the pharmacist, in a foreign paper. It is not something I have invented myself. This is the truth, and may the key take me. If it isn't, I swear to it. On my oath, the counselor found that such talk was all too much like a coarse joke. The two could never speak agreeably about the key. The pharmacist was key ignorant. The counselor made progress in his key knowledge. The key was his diversion and channel of wisdom. One evening, as the counselor was getting ready to go to bed and was half undressed, there was a knock on the front door. It was the shopkeeper from downstairs who was calling at this late hour. He too was half undressed, but he had suddenly had a thought, he said, which he was afraid he would not be able to retain through the night. "It is my daughter, Lotte I must talk about. She is a beautiful girl and has been confirmed, and now I would like to see her well provided for. But I am not as yet a widower," said the counselor, and chuckled, "and I have no son to offer her." "You must understand me, counselor," said the man from downstairs. "She can play the piano, and she can sing. You must be able to hear her upstairs. You have no idea of all the things that little girl is able to do. She can talk and entertain people. She is made for the stage, and that is a good course for pretty girls of good families to take. They may even have an opportunity to marry a count, though neither I nor Lotte are thinking of that. She can indeed sing and play the piano, so the other day I took her up to the singing school. She sang, but she doesn't have a beer bass, as I call it, in women, nor does she shriek those very high canary bird notes which they now demand in singers. And so they advised her strongly against pursuing that career. Well, I thought, if she can't become a singer, she can always become an actress. That only requires the ability to speak. Today, I talked about it to the instructor, as they call him. "Is she well read?" he asked. "No," I said, "not at all. But it is necessary for an actress to be well read," said he. "She still has time, for that was my opinion." And then I went home. She can go to a rental library and read what is to be had there, I thought. But then tonight, while I was undressing, it occurred to me, why rent books when one can borrow them? The counselor has plenty of books. Let her read them. There is enough reading here for her, and it could be hers, gratis. "Lotte is a nice girl," said the counselor. "A beautiful girl. She shall have books to read. But has she what one calls grit and spirit, aptitude, genius, and what is equally important, has she luck with her? She has twice won in the lottery," said the grocer from downstairs. "Once she won a clothes cabinet, and another time 6 pairs of bed sheets that I call luck, and that she has. I shall ask the key, said the counselor. And he placed the key on his right forefinger and on the grocer's right forefinger as well. And then the key swung and gave out letter after letter. The key said, "Victory and luck." And so Lotte Lene's future was decided. The counselor at once gave her 2 books to read, Dyveke and Kniga's Social Intercourse. That night marked the beginning of a closer acquaintance between Lotte Lene and the counselor and his wife. She would come upstairs to the couple, and the counselor found her to be a sensible girl. She believed in him and the key. The counselor's wife saw something childish and innocent in the frankness with which she would at every moment show her great ignorance. The couple was fond of her, he in his way, and she in hers, and Lotte Lene was fond of them. "It smells so lovely upstairs," Lotte Lene would say. There was an odor, a fragrance, an apple fragrance, in the hallway where the counselor's wife had put away a whole barrel of gray stone apples. There was also an incense odor of roses and lavender throughout all the rooms. "There is something refined in that," Lotte Lene would say. Then, too, her eyes were pleased by the many pretty flowers the counselor's wife always had. Even in the middle of winter, lilacs and cherry tree slips bloomed here. The leafless twigs were cut off and put into water, and in the warm room soon bore leaves and flowers. One would have thought that all life was gone from these naked branches, but see how they rise from the dead. "It has never occurred to me before," said Lotte Lene, "how wonderful nature is." And the counselor let her look at his key book, in which were written strange things the key had said, even about the half of an apple cake that had disappeared from the cupboard on the very evening that the servant girl had had her sweetheart there for a visit. The counselor had asked his key, "Who has eaten the apple cake, the cat, or the sweetheart?" And the key had replied, "The sweetheart." The counselor had already thought so before asking the key, and the servant girl had confessed, "That cursed key knows everything." "Yes, isn't it strange?" said the counselor. That key, and about Lotte Lene, it has said, "Victory and luck," that we shall see, I swear to it. "That's wonderful," said Lotte Lene. The counselor's wife was not so confident, but she did not express her doubts when her husband was within hearing distance. She later told Lotelene in confidence that the counselor, when a young man had been quite taken with the theater, had someone pushed him a little in that direction, he surely would have become an actor. His family, however, had pushed him in the opposite direction. But he had still aspired to the stage, and to further that ambition, he had written a play. This is a great secret that I am entrusting you with little Lotte Len. The play was not bad. It was accepted at the Royal Theatre, and then hissed out, and no one has since heard of it, for which I am glad. I am his wife, and know him. Now you want such a career too. I wish you all that is good, but I don't think that things will work out as predicted. I don't believe in the gate key. Lotelene believed in it, and in that belief she was united with the counselor. Within their hearts, they had a mutual understanding in all honor and chastity. The girl had many qualifications that the counselor's wife valued. Lotelene knew how to make starch from potatoes, make silk gloves from old silk stockings, and recover her silk dancing shoes, although she could afford to buy all her clothes new. She had, as the grocer said, pennies in the table drawer and credit notes in her money safe. She would make just the wife for the pharmacist, thought the counselor's wife, but she did not say so, and of course didn't permit the key to say anything about it. The pharmacist was going to settle down soon and have his own pharmacy in one of the nearest and largest provincial towns. Lotelene was continually reading Dyveke and Kniga's Social Intercourse. She kept the 2 books for 2 years, and by the end of that time, she had learned 1 Dyveke by heart. All the parts, although she wished to play only one, that of Dyveke. She did not, however, want to appear at first in the capital, where there is so much envy, and where they would not have her anyway. She wanted to start her artistic career, as the counselor called it, in one of the country's large provincial towns. Now that, strangely enough, turned out to be the same place where the youthful pharmacist had settled down as the youngest of the town's pharmacists. The great, long-awaited night came on which Lotelene was to make her debut and have victory and luck, as the key had said. The counselor was not there, for he lay in his bed, and his wife was nursing him. He had to have warm napkins and chamomile tea, the napkins about his body and the tea in his body. While the couple was absent from the Divek performance, the pharmacist was there and wrote a letter about it to his relative, the counselor's wife. Divik's ruff was the best thing about it, he wrote. If I had had the counselor's gate key in my pocket, I would have pulled it out and used it as a whistle. She deserved it, and the key deserved it because of its nasty lie about her victory and luck. The counselor read the letter. It was all spitefulness. He said key hatred aimed at that innocent girl. And as soon as he was out of bed and was himself again, he sent a short but poisonous note to the pharmacist, who in turn replied as if he had seen only jest and good humor in the whole epistle. He thanked him for this and for any future contribution to the revelation of the incomparable worth and significance of keys. Next, he confided to the counselor that apart from his activities as an apothecary, he was writing a great key novel in which all the characters were keys and keys alone. A gate key, naturally, was the central character, and patterned after the counselor's gate key, was gifted with prophetic vision and second sight. Around this, all the other keys had to revolve. The old chamberlain's key experienced in the splendor and festivity of the court. The watch key, small, refined, and distinguished, but worth only a few pennies at the ironmonger's. The key to the church pew, which counted itself among the clergy, and which, from remaining one night in its keyhole in the church, could see ghosts. The larder key, the wine cellar key, and the coal cellar key all appeared and bowed before and turned around the gate key. The sunbeams brightened it into silver, and the wind that spirit of the earth entered its body and made it whistle. It was the key of all keys. It was the counselor's gate key. It was now the key of the heavenly gate itself. It was the papal key. It was infallible wickedness, said the counselor. Great wickedness. He and the pharmacist never saw each other again, except once, and that was at the funeral of the counselor's wife. She was the first to die. There were sorrow and emptiness in the house. Even the slips of cherry, which had thrown out fresh roots and flowers, seemed to mourn and fade away. They stood forgotten, for she was not there to tend them. The counselor and the pharmacist walked behind her coffin, side by side, as the two nearest relations of the departed. This was not the time, nor were they in the mood for quarreling. Lotelen tied the mourning crepe around the counselor's hat. She was living in the house again, having long since returned, without victory and luck in her career. Yet that still might come. Lotelen had a future before her. The key had said so, and the counselor had said so. She went up to him. They talked about the departed, and they wept, for Lotelen was tender-hearted. But when they talked about the art, Lotelen felt strong. Life in the theater is charming, she said, but there is so much nonsense and envy. I would rather go my own way. Myself first, then art. Nigga had told the truth in his chapter about actors that she was aware of. The key had not told the truth, but she never spoke of this to the counselor. She was fond of him. Besides, the gate key was his comfort and relief during the whole year of mourning. He gave it questions, and it gave him answers. And when the year had passed, and he and Lotelene were sitting together one inspiring evening, he asked the key, "Will I marry? And whom will I marry?" No one pushed him, but he pushed the key, and it answered, Lotte-len. So it was said, and Lotte-len became Mrs. Counselor. Victory and luck. And these words had been said before by the gate key. Luck may lie in a pin. Let me tell you a story about something everyone believes in, but few can explain about luck. Some call it fortune, others destiny, others God's smile. Whatever name we give it, we all know what it feels like when it comes that mysterious turning of the wind that makes things go right. Some people live their whole lives under its steady sun. Others catch only a single glimmer of it in their youth or in an hour of need. And then there are those who wait and wait, thinking luck has forgotten them, until suddenly, when they least expect it, it arrives quiet as a bird landing on a windowsill. For one way or another, luck visits us all. Now everyone knows that it is God who places each child upon its mother's lap. Sometimes that lap belongs to a lady in a great house surrounded by velvet curtains and chandeliers. Sometimes it belongs to a mother who sings while she works at her spinning wheel in a humble cottage. And sometimes the cradle is nothing more than a fold in a traveler's cloak laid upon the grass beneath the open sky, where the wind hums its own lullaby. But wherever the child is placed, one thing never changes. Before God leaves, He slips a little gift into the world, a lucky piece. He doesn't leave it in the baby's hand. Oh no, He hides it somewhere in the wide world, in a place no one would think to look. It might be buried deep in a mountain, or resting quietly at the bottom of a river, or hanging unseen among the leaves of a tree that has never borne fruit. And he whispers, though few hear it, when the time is right, this shall be found. You see, every person's lucky piece waits for them, patient as the dawn. It may take years or half a lifetime, but it always appears. That is a comforting thought, isn't it? Sometimes the lucky piece takes the form of something simple, like an apple. That was the case for a man named Newton. The apple dropped into his lap, and with it fell the idea that changed the world. If you haven't heard that story, you must ask someone to tell it to you someday. But tonight, I shall tell you another, not about an apple, but a pear. There once lived a man who was poor when he was born, poor when he grew up, and poor still when he took a wife. His trade was turning wood. He made handles for umbrellas and little rings to fasten them. His hands were clever. His heart was kind, but his work brought him little more than bread for the day. I shall never find my luck, he used to say, half sighing, half smiling, as he turned the lathe and watched the shavings curl like ribbons to the floor. Yet this story is true as gospel, and I could tell you the very name of his town, if it mattered. Around his small house grew wild serviceberry bushes, their fruit red and sour, but to him they were beautiful, a poor man's jewels. In his garden stood one pear tree, old and stubborn, that had never in its life borne fruit. But in that very tree, his fortune was waiting, hidden in the wood itself. One night, a storm swept over the land. The wind howled down the chimneys and tore tiles from the roofs. They said in the next town that the great mail coach had been lifted clean off the road, tossed like a toy. In the morning, the poor turner found that one of the largest branches of his pear tree had been wrenched away and lay across the garden. He dragged it into his workshop and, just for fun, decided to make something from it. A handful of wooden pears, some big, some small, some in between. Well, he laughed. For once, my tree has borne fruit, and he gave them to his children to play with. Now, in the land where they lived, it rained often, and umbrellas were among the necessities of life. But the Turner's family owned only one, and that one was always breaking. When the wind blew hard, it turned inside out like a great black flower. Sometimes the ribs snapped. Sometimes the fabric tore. Still, the turner could mend almost anything. What troubled him most was the little button and loop that kept the umbrella neatly closed. The button would always fly off and vanish the moment they thought the umbrella was safely tied. One rainy afternoon, it popped off again, and the turner searched everywhere. Between the cracks of the floor, he found one of the smallest pears his children had dropped. He rolled it in his fingers and said, "If I can't find the button, this will have to do." He drilled a hole through it, fastened a string, and tied it to the umbrella, and it worked better than any button he'd ever seen. The pear held fast, smooth, and strong, even when the wind tugged and pulled. Sometime later, when he sent his usual bundle of umbrella handles and rings to the city, he tucked in a few of those tiny wooden pears as well. The merchant, amused, tried them on a handful of new umbrellas. Those umbrellas, among hundreds of others, were loaded onto a ship bound for America, that faraway land of new ideas and quick eyes. Now, Americans have a fine gift for noticing what works. They saw at once that the little pears held better than any button before them. The merchant wrote back across the ocean, "From now on, send all umbrellas fastened with small wooden pears." And so the turner had work, real work. Thousands of pears had to be made for umbrellas that would cross the sea. Day and night, his lathe hummed. His wife helped him polish the pears. His children packed them into boxes, and the money began to pour in first in pennies, then in silver, then in shining gold. The whole pear tree, branch by branch, vanished into little round pieces of good fortune. When the last scrap of it was gone, the poor man was poor no longer. He built a great workshop with tall windows and hired other turners to help him. There was laughter in the house now, and bread enough for everyone, and even a little music at night. When people asked him what had changed his fate, he would smile and say, "My luck was in the pear tree all along." And sometimes, when he was in a joking mood, he'd add, "You never know. Good luck may lie in a pin." And so say I, the teller of this tale. For in Denmark, we have a saying that if you put a white pin in your mouth, you become invisible. But it must be a true, lucky piece, one that comes from God's own hand. I have such a pin. And when Karzur I travel to America, that new world across the wide, rolling sea, though so far, it always feels near to me. I carry that pin with me. Already my stories have crossed the ocean before I have. The wind carries them westward. The waves bear them like messengers. And perhaps, as you read this, I am already there in spirit, standing beside your fireside, hearing your laughter, seeing the light in your children's eyes. That light, that golden glimmer in a child's gaze, is the richest gold of all the kind that rings like joy and never tarnishes. And so I end. As I began, luck comes to us all, perhaps in an apple, or in a pear, or even in something as small and simple as a white pin, for truly luck may lie in a pin. What the whole family said. What did the whole family say? Well, listen first to what little Marie said. It was little Marie's birthday, her own shining, perfect day. She awoke that morning with the kind of happiness that sparkles even before the eyes are fully open. The sun itself seemed to rise just for her, slipping through the curtains like golden ribbons that danced on her blanket. Mother kissed her cheeks and said, "Good morning, my birthday girl." And the house already hummed with quiet excitement. Soon her friends arrived, a troop of laughing children carrying bright ribbons and paper flowers. They filled the room with chatter and the scent of sweet cake. Marie wore her prettiest dress, the one her grandmother had sewn with loving fingers before she went to live with God in the bright and endless heaven. Each little stitch seemed to carry a memory of lullabies sung in the lamplight, of gentle hands brushing back Marie's curls. Today, that dress made her feel as though grandmother herself were near again, smiling from the soft blue sky above. On the table lay a festival of gifts, so many wonders that Marie hardly knew where to look first. There was a tiny kitchen with shining pans and spoons that clinked like silver music. There was a doll that could close her painted eyes and even say, "Ouch," when Marie mischievously pinched her round little stomach. And there was a picture book, a thick one bound in red, with stories waiting to be discovered when Marie learned of reading. "It's wonderful to be alive," said little Marie, her eyes wide as the morning. "Yes," said her godfather, who was sitting in the armchair by the window, smiling with a light that seemed to come from his very soul. Life itself is the most beautiful of all fairy tales. In the next room, her brothers were listening. They were big boys, one 9, the other 11, and they too thought life was marvelous, though in their own proud, boyish way. To be alive for them was to have scuffed shoes and scraped knees, to run faster than the wind, to win snowball battles in the park, to collect bruises like medals. They loved getting good marks at school building forts, reading about knights in armor and bold explorers who vanished into unknown jungles. One of them, the younger, sighed and said that he feared by the time he was grown, there would be nothing left to explore, that men would have found every mountain peak and every secret river. Godfather laughed softly. "My dear boy," he said, "life itself is the great adventure. You need not travel to Africa to discover new worlds. Every heart, every day, holds its own wilderness." Above them, on the second floor, lived another branch of the family cousins, tall and self-assured, already far beyond the age of toys and storybooks. The eldest was 25 and soon to be married. The next 20 dreamed of faraway cities and grand ideas. The youngest of the 317 played music that made the whole house hum. They were handsome, clever, and sure of themselves. "Look forward," they said. "The world is wide. The fences are falling. The future is ours to shape." Godfather is right. Life is the most wonderful fairy tale. Downstairs, father and mother listened to the laughter and smiled at each other. "How young they all are," said mother. "They believe the road ahead is smooth and shining." Father nodded. "Yes, but it is well that they do. The world has its storms and its thorns, but life goes on, and that too is a wonder." Then he added, almost to himself, "Life is a strange and beautiful adventure, one that always surprises us, even when we think we know the ending." Now, a little closer to heaven, up beneath the slanting roof, lived Godfather. He was old, yes, but youth glimmered in his smile. His room was like a small world in itself, walls covered with pictures from far-off lands, shelves crowded with treasures gathered from the ends of the earth, seashells that whispered of distant oceans, fans painted with birds of paradise, a piece of coral as red as a dream, and coins that gleamed like captured moons. Even the windows were a marvel. Some panes were red, others golden, and when the sun shone through the whole room, turned into a cathedral of color. No matter how gray the day outside through Godfather's glass, the world was always bright. A glass case in the corner held green plants, blooming even in winter, and beneath them swam goldfish with eyes like tiny suns. They glided silently, as if they knew ancient secrets too deep for words. A gentle scent of flowers lingered always in that room, and in the fireplace burned a fire that never seemed to die. "It refreshes old memories," said Godfather. And little Marie would stare into the flames where she fancied she saw faces, castles, forests, and angels hidden in the red glow. By the great bookcase stood the Book of Books, the Bible. Godfather often read from it, and when he did, his voice softened, as though he were speaking to someone unseen. He told Marie that all the world's stories were there: the birth of creation, the flood, the kings of old, and the King of Kings. All that has happened and all that will happen is written here, he said. So much wisdom within one book. Everything a soul needs to ask or hope for lies in the prayer of our Father. It is the pearl of comfort from God, the drop of mercy he lays upon every cradle. He placed his hand gently on Marie's hair. "Keep it close, little one," he whispered. "If you carry it in your heart, you will never walk alone. Even when the road turns dark, the light will still shine within you." His eyes shone then like candles reflected in water. Once in his youth, those eyes had known tears, and that was good too, he said quietly. For tears are the rain that makes the soul grow. There was a time when everything seemed dark and gray, when I could see no meaning in the world. But God sent light into the storm. Now I carry that sunshine with me. The older I grow, the clearer I see that he walks beside us, always through joy and sorrow alike. And that life in his hands becomes the most beautiful of all fairy tales. And so it will be even beyond time. Little Marie looked up at him with a wonder that had no words. The fire crackled. The goldfish turned like living jewels, and from somewhere below came the laughter of her brothers. "Yes," she said softly, "it really is wonderful to be alive." And the others, her brothers, her parents, her cousins, Even the grown-ups who often forgot to dream said the same. But first of all, Godfather, who had traveled far and lived long, said it with the deepest truth. "Life," he murmured, with a smile that reached, "heaven is the most wonderful fairy tale of all." Dance, dance, doll of mine. Yes, this is a song for very small children, declared Aunt Mal, her spectacles glinting as she folded her knitting and looked over them with solemn dignity. "As much as I should like to, I cannot possibly follow this foolish dance, dance, doll of mine. Nonsense. Verse. It makes no sense at all, but little Amelie could. Indeed, she understood it with her whole tiny heart, for she was only 3 years old, and the world still spoke to her in the language of dolls, dreams, and songs. She played with her dolls every day and brought them up, as she proudly said, to be as wise as Aunt Mal herself, though perhaps they were wiser, for they listened patiently and never contradicted her. In that same house, there lived a young student, a thin, kind-eyed fellow, who came each afternoon to help Amelie's brothers with their Latin and arithmetic. He had a soft voice and a curious way of speaking, as though every word carried a secret joke. He would often pause in his lessons, turn toward Amelie and her doll family seated nearby, and say something that made no sense to the grown-ups, but perfect sense to her. Aunt Mal disapproved entirely. "That young man," she would whisper, "has no notion how to speak to children. All that fanciful talk. How can a child's small head possibly grasp it?" But Amelie did grasp it. She listened wide-eyed, her lips parted in delight. She thought he was the most marvelous man in the world, far better company than the dull gentleman who came to drink tea with Aunt Mala on Sundays. One day, the student brought a little sheet of paper folded twice and smelling faintly of ink and violets. "I've written a song," he told her, "for you and your dolls. It's about dancing, because dolls, you know, dance best when no one is looking." He bent down and whispered, "You must promise to teach it to them faithfully." Amelie promised, very solemnly, indeed. And that evening, she stood before her 3 dolls, the 2 new ones from Christmas, a little lady doll and a gentleman doll, and the oldest of them, all poor Lise Moyer, who had seen better days and began to sing the song the student had taught her. "Dance, dance, doll of mine. Girl doll's dress is very fine. Boy doll is a dandy too. He wears gloves and hat and shoe, white pants, blue coat him adorn. On his toe he has a corn. He is fine and she is fine. Dance, dance. Doll of mine, old doll's name is Lise Moir. She is from the year before. Hair is new. It's made of flax, forehead, polished up with wax. Young again, not old, and done. Come along, my cherished one. Let us dance a fast gavotte. To watch it is worth a lot. Dance, dance, doll of mine. Watch your steps and keep in line. 1 foot forward. Watch your feet. Dancing makes you slender, sweet. Bow and twist and turn around. That will make you hale and sound. What a sight it is to see. You are doing fine, all three. When she finished, she clapped her hands in delight, for she was quite sure the dolls had truly heard her. Their glass eyes shone brighter, and their stiff little arms seemed to tremble with secret life. They understand it, cried Amelie. They really do. And perhaps they did. For who can say what dolls think when the nursery grows quiet and the moon looks in through the curtains? The student, when he heard her sing it the next day, laughed softly and said, "Splendid, you've given the song a soul. Now the words are alive." But Aunt Mal only shook her head. "A song for babies and fools," she said, setting down her teacup with a sigh. "When one has crossed the fence of youth, such nonsense loses all meaning." Perhaps the student replied with a smile, "The fence keeps more things out than it keeps in." Amelie didn't care about fences. She sang the song again that night, and the next, and every day afterward. She sang it to her dolls in sunshine and in candlelight until even the parlor clock seemed to tick in rhythm with the tune. Sometimes she imagined the dolls whispering together after she fell asleep, repeating the words in their tiny porcelain voices. "Dance, dance, doll of mine." Years later, when Amelie grew tall and her dolls lay silent in a trunk beneath the stairs, Aunt Mal's voice would still echo faintly in her memory. Silly song. But Amelie knew better. She remembered how it had once made her little world sparkle with life, how a kind student had believed that even a toy could dance if a child loved it enough. And so Though the song might have been written for very small children, it carried within it something far greater, a small truth that even Aunt Mal, for all her wisdom, had forgotten. For that is how we know the song at all, because little Amelie long ago sang it so earnestly that the tune never died. It drifted from her nursery into ours, soft as a memory, bright as the sound of a child's laughter, and still it whispers when the candles burn low, "Dance, dance, doll of mine." The candles, once upon a time, in a grand old house filled with polished furniture and heavy velvet curtains, there stood a big wax candle. It was tall and stately, molded in perfect symmetry, and it believed there was no finer candle in all the world. I said, "The wax candle, proudly, am made of the purest wax cast in the finest mold. My flame burns clear and steady, brighter than any tallow or taper ever dreamed. I am meant for splendid rooms, for glittering chandeliers, for noble gatherings where people dress in silk and talk of art and music. That is the world I belong to." A small tallow candle stood nearby on the kitchen shelf. It was humbler in shape and a bit uneven along its sides, but it listened politely and smiled. "What a delightful life you must have," said the tallow candle. "I am only made of tallow, plain and simple. Just a kitchen dip. But still, I was dipped 8 times to make me thick and strong. The little tapers are dipped only twice, and they burn out before the hour is gone. I'm grateful for what I am." Of course, it added, it would be fine to be born of wax and molded so handsomely. But one cannot choose his birth, can he? You shine in parlors. I serve in kitchens. Yet the kitchen is not such a poor place either. All the food that keeps the household alive comes from there. The wax candle gave a lofty flicker. "Food," he said disdainfully. "There are more refined things than food. I belong to high company, where there is laughter, music, and the glitter of silver and glass. Indeed, tonight I shall shine at a grand ball. All my family have been invited. We will make the chandeliers blaze like a crown of stars." Even as he spoke, the maid came to fetch all the wax candles from the drawer. Off they went in a polished tray, tall and gleaming proud to fulfill their noble purpose. But the tallow candle was not left forgotten. The mistress of the house entered the kitchen with her little daughter beside her. She saw a poor boy waiting by the door, holding a basket of potatoes and a few apples she had given him. "And here's a candle for you too, my little friend," said the lady kindly. "Your mother can use it when she works late at night." At those words, the little daughter clapped her hands. "We're staying up late tonight, too. Mama," she cried, "there's to be a ball, and I shall wear my big red ribbon." Her eyes sparkled with joy, brighter than any flame. The tallow candle thought no light in the world could shine as beautifully as a happy child's face. Soon the candle found itself in the basket among the potatoes, with the lid shut tight. "Where can he be taking me?" it wondered. "No doubt to a poor home where there is not even a brass candlestick for me to stand in. While the wax candles sit in silver and see the fine people dance, I shall burn in some dark room. But this is the fate of tallow. We are born to serve the humble." He was right. The boy carried the basket to a low, small dwelling across the street from the grand house. Inside lived a widow and her 3 little children. The room was low-ceilinged and poor, but neat and clean. When the widow saw the candle, she said, "God bless our kind neighbor. This good light will help me work far into the night." She struck a match and lit the candle. "Foot-fi," it sputtered. What a dreadful smell, the candle thought. Would they dare use such a match for the wax candle over there in the great house? Yet at that very moment, the wax candles were being lit too. The chandeliers blazed, carriages rolled to the door, and music filled the street. The tallow candle could almost hear the violins. "Now the ball begins," it murmured sadly. But then he remembered the bright-eyed little girl with her red ribbon and smiled through his own flame. "Perhaps," he thought, "I shall see such joy again." The smallest of the poor children clambered up on a chair and put her little arms around her brother and sister. Guess what she whispered tonight? "We're going to have warm potatoes." Her eyes shone with excitement. The candle beamed back at her with a soft glow, as if sharing her happiness. It thought, maybe joy does not depend on chandeliers after all. The table was spread, and the family ate. Oh, how good the simple food tasted. There was even an apple for each child. The youngest folded her hands and said her prayer. "Now thanks, dear Lord, I give to thee that thou again hast filled me. Amen. Then she looked up and asked, Didn't I say it nicely? Mother. Hush, my child, the mother said gently. Just thank the Lord from your heart. After supper, the children were kissed and tucked into bed. The mother stayed awake, sewing by the candle's light to earn their bread for another day. Across the street, the wax candles burned in splendor above the dancing guests. But outside, the same quiet stars looked down on both houses, the rich and the poor, with equal kindness. This has been a good evening, thought the tallow candle. Perhaps the wax candle shines brighter. But can he have seen anything lovelier than this? He remembered the two little girls, one with her red ribbon, one whispering over war potatoes. Their faces, so full of innocent joy, were alike in happiness. And as the tallow candle burned lower, he shed gentle drops of melted tallow, like tears, tears of contentment. Yes, he thought, as his flame waned, light is light, whether it glitters in silver or glows in humble clay. And happiness, wherever it appears, shines with the same holy brightness.